All right, good morning, everyone. Call the meeting to order. The agenda, we do have an addition. Tarlyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In new business, administration would like to add council meetings in August. And also to in closed session, like to add City of Medicine Hat AUC application.
Closed?
Yeah.
Okay.
So 10.9?
Is that substation?
Yes.
10-9 and 12-3. If that's cool.
I was gonna get nasty in public, but now I'll have to behave, eh?
We can get nasty in there. We'll let you make the motion. You can do whatever you want. Yeah. Okay. That's it. 2 additions. Lloyd's moving the agenda with the 2 additions.
Absolutely.
Vote. Okay, that's carried. Do I have to go by show of hands because Michelle's not here? Is she? Okay. Okay. Public hearings, we don't have any of those. Minutes from last meeting. Everybody read them? Keith is moving minutes. Any questions on them? Not seeing any. Vote. Okay, that's carried. We will go to 7.1, Tarlyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The May capital update is, so the recommended motion that council receive the May 2022 capital update for information. Is there any questions? It's on page 30.
Shane's moving them and he has the floor.
Yes. I'm gonna be in trouble,
What else is new?
but I'm not too sure on this infrared heater anymore. It's a $100,000 item that we approved. The big selling point was that we were going to be able to use it on
The trails.
the trail in between at Suffield. But now that we can't, and just for patching, I mean, we only got 130 kilometers of paved highways where it would work. And there isn't a whole bunch of holes on them. Do we really still need that item? Is what I'd like to ask my friend over there, Mr. Kim Dalton.
If it's been ordered yet, too.
Or has it been ordered?
Through the chair. No, it has not been ordered, and the price is because, well, it's not in Edmonton, and then when it comes in, then they would update the pricing because pricing has been fluctuating. The infrared heater is $14,000. I know it says $100,000, but and then that included the full total cost, and it has not been ordered this time. It should be in next week, and then we would be able to proceed if we went that route.
So, your honest opinion now, do we really need it? Because there's just a few, I mean, we got the 120 is all new. We don't have a whole bunch of paved roads. When you're doing a patch, you need oil, you've got to use tack oil. And, you know, just some, not always cold mix, some hot mix. You got to get some, you know, the hot mix. And that, is it, I'm not convinced on it, is what I'm getting at.
You know, through the chair again, we can arrange for a demo to come down before we make a final decision, because I think there is a place for it. Now I think it's more what we were intended is we have a lot of trails maintenance, and we keep on adding a couple miles of trails every year, and we have no way of maintaining that. So this would help with that. This would assist that.
I would really like to see the demo. All I'm getting at is, I'm speaking from experience because we used to have one at South Rock. We tried it, and it sat in the corner the rest of the time. We never ever used it. So that's why I'm having a hard time with this, just so the rest of the council and staff understand why.
I think it was the hope that because we keep adding to our trails that we won't let what happened with the Suffield trail, how it deteriorated like that. So we could do ongoing internal maintenance of it. That was the goal. And I don't know exactly how many miles of trail we have now, but we're continuously adding to it. So that was the intent for it. Because if there would have been ongoing maintenance to the Suffield one, there's a portion that fell apart because the sub and all that jazz, it needed to be rebuilt. But if there was continuous maintenance, it could have perhaps last longer.
Yep.
Could we then get approximately how many kilometers of trails we have, so it'd be an easier sell if a guy has a question on it? Because if people are just looking and they say, well, you only got 130 kilometers of paved highways and some trails. So if we knew the kilometers of trails, it'd help.
Through the chair, I think the part that was appealing to us was the requirement of not requiring asphalt to do repairs. So let's say if we're going up to the 202, you have the hot box, which you have like your add a fill, and so when you add your material, so you heat up your material and you add in that shovelful or 2 shovelfuls, and you make that pothole complete, you're not having to bring the material for those remote locations. So that was the big draw. But we will arrange another demo. It was well received last time we had one here in Dunmore, and we had Councillor Michelle come out to it, and it was well received from Redcliffe and also the city, and that's something that maybe we can have talks further about sharing that use. If we won't use it all, maybe there might be a need for it in the region, not just with us.
So what could be a recommendation is that to hold off ordering that piece of equipment, a motion of council until the demo is done and brought back for council's consideration to purchase the unit.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get him to add to his motion. But Richard had something to say first before we go to...
I remember I was the one that asked that the second water tender be removed for emergency services, and I think I should have said a new water tender. I looked down the road, and we're going to replace some of the gravel units. You've got some coming down the road here, but I would like to see us look at keeping 2 or 3 of them, or one this year or 2, and costing out to put a water tank on those trucks. We have the trucks, so all we have to do is buy the water tank. Eventually then we could have water tender in Irvin, 7 persons, and 1 or 2 here. But I hate to see those trucks go down the road when I think because of the maintenance program that you have and the low mileage, that it would be a shame. And to buy new water trucks, that's what I was against. I just think it's too much money for the amount that they're getting used every day. But I see a need for easily. I mean, it would be great to have water tenders in those, and maybe down the road Schuler too. But it's just we have to build some new shops first. But the trucks can sit there for another year easily. So do I need to? We're okay with this the way it is. This removing the second water tender, knowing that the trucks that are showing they might be disposed of will not be disposed of.
They always come to us first before we dispose of them, correct?
I think that adding that to the motion, saying that not disposing of units as well would be advantageous until further decisions are made.
Dustin?
Good idea, Richard. I actually really like it. I think it's a good way to go about that, and it solves a couple problems. The only thing I would say is we just got to remember we don't want water trucks. We want them to have the ability to pump as well.
Yeah, that's just
And
in the word.
and I know what you mean, but just there's a big difference between a water tanker and a water tender, because their ability to pump off the road is quite a bit different.
Public Works knows
Yeah.
the direction as well.
Kim?
Yeah, through the chair. So would we be able to get, does council want to see us get a tender to see what it would cost to put on that tank? Because we did it about 6 years ago, but my numbers are a little bit off.
Yeah.
So then that can be brought back at a later meeting.
We'll do a separate motion on that for you.
Okay.
Okay, so in this motion that Keith? No,
So when we're looking at equipping these trucks with a tank and a pump, are you thinking side nozzles also? Or just a turret? Neither? So these trucks won't be able to fight fire, they just haul water.
they're just all water,
So they'll have a pump on them to offload the water.
yes.
Okay, well. And have a dump at the back.
Okay,
So, out of curiosity, while you're doing this, price out the cost of a turret. Because sometimes, like our tender out there is equipped with the turret and the side nozzles and everything. And it becomes a second unit, a second firefighting unit. And I'd really like to know the cost of going that extra mile to equipping this truck, because you've got so much already invested. What would be the cost of just going that extra little mile? I mean, not that I'm going to push it, but I'm thinking let's figure out the cost of that.
go ahead, Dustin.
My only fear is, and I know this has been a conversation a lot of times, is I don't like the idea of 3,000-gallon trucks rolling across the prairie. It's really, really hard on them, and it's a fairly dangerous piece of equipment to operate. I think we're getting to the point with our fire service that we're getting really good mobile units for fighting fire, but we lack the transportation of it, and that's what we're trying to address. I know just through over coffee conversations with fire service, and this is me with my other hat on here, they were looking at maybe smaller water tenders that had both capabilities, but I think if this is the direction council wants to go and reuse old units like that, I think that's quite advantageous as well. I don't think we're not gaining a multifunction piece of equipment, but we're gaining a part of where we lack, and that is only having one water tender in a county that's as big as we have. So either way, I'm happy.
Shane?
Yeah, and I agree with Richard and Dustin there. I mean, what we're lacking is transfer of water. When it's dry out, all of a sudden that truck has decided to start fighting fire. Now all of a sudden everybody's out of water. So now you defeated your purpose. You need the water transfer and somebody with water. So I mean that's.
I think getting a price is the best place.
Okay, let's get this motion done, then we'll go back and go to the rabbit hole that we just went down. Do a motion on that one. Thank you, Richard. Sheesh.
That was a bad one. I'm driving.
Yeah. I was one of you would take each other out down there.
Okay, what was our first motion?
Well, yours is to accept this, but we're taking out with the
Infrared heater until
a demonstration or further information.
yes.
Okay, correct? Anything else on that?
So it's to remove it and bring it back with a demo, once we have a demo.
Yes. All right, any questions on it? Vote.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay,
I
that's
just,
carried.
sorry, I'd just like to add, so what administration will do is hold on to those units that could possibly be utilized for a water tender. And then a business case will come back as to get what the goal is. Do you want it to just haul water? Do you want it to fight? What is the goal? So that'll come back, and then we'll go out and get some prices.
You know, I think most what we heard just here is they just wanted to haul water. The
I just-
fight idea was a thought, but that's not where they want to go.
I believe,
Oh, sorry.
I believe administration already has a business case kind of built that they were gonna bring forward anyways, so I think they want to quasi-modo it together and bring it all at once and then let us make the decision.
Okay,
So I don't want to, like, I think council should hear what they have to say.
okay. So Dustin's making the motion to not sell the gravel trucks and bring back a business case for a plan for that. Fair? Okay. Any questions on it?
Yeah, I do. There's 5, we have 5 gravel trucks.
But
But
they're not
only
all
3 are
selling
gonna
this
be
year.
going? I need clarification.
Yeah, so that's actually some interesting, we were actually being delayed from our provider due to procurement issues. And then that got resolved just a couple days ago. And, so there's gonna be no additional cost to Cypress County, which before they're presented there was. And so we have 3 that will be here within, probably by end of July. So in the past, those have a removable unit because they have a wet kit on them. So from the motion that we received earlier, what I was intending to do was to put a removable tank. So then those could be also used in the winter if we had a plow truck go down. So then creates more depth. So that's what we talked about in the Public Works Master Plan about a year and a half ago, was this exact topic. So I think,
Okay, so no sale of any of those will happen until we discuss
and we only
it.
have 3.
3 of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
I like it.
Everybody's clear on the motion? Vote. Okay, that is carried. CAO report. Tara Lynn and then Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So before you on page 35 is the CAO report. The recommended motion that council approve the CAO report as presented. Is there any questions?
Mr. Hawk, you have the floor.
All right. I have nothing, no. Okay, number 1. Met with Borderland Colony regarding upgrade to Township Road 170. How's that going?
Oh, push your button again there. There you
There we
go.
go. Yeah, it's going good. They've come to a decision to finance the road and agreed to go through the bylaw for that. And the design process has started, and we're probably around 75% there. As far as going to construction, the area residents around the area are wanting to hold off till the end of summer for the effects on their fields and whatnot. So that project, there's a lot of back sloping involved. So 80% of the back sloping we have completed and have those agreements in place. Just a couple left with Alberta Alberta Environment has some claim along that route too. That takes a little time, but other than that, it's going very well.
Thank you. Shane, anything else?
Oh, yeah. Now, where was it? Oh, Old Trans-Canada Highway, not the paved part, that farther part that we were gonna do last year, and you said we'd start in June this year after seeding to fix up that Old Trans-Canada Highway so it doesn't continue to be a mud bog place. When can I expect that? I've had curious people asking why.
Yeah, our intentions are still to do it this month, at the end of the month.
Number 3. I know golfers can get drunk at times, but why do we need a direction sign? They don't know which way to go. It doesn't do.
They're mostly seniors out there.
I'm just curious. It's funny. Golf course directional sign. Which way should I go?
The ranchers were struggling with finding it, so we put it up for them.
Blaine, you have a question? Yep.
So I see the traffic counts have been completed on the 124 and 130. Just kind of wondering what the plan with those dust strips and stuff are going to be going forward.
Yeah, through the chair. So we move our traffic counts around all the time, and so this one we would just maintain the current status of those dust strips. They don't follow within policy until they hit 200 vehicles per day, and then it becomes a county responsibility according to policy. So these we had a little bit of a time gap where we didn't have them in there. But now you will see them every meeting. You'll see traffic counts on various locations. And so if council wants to see a certain location, they just bring that up, and then we would put that in our rotation.
Well, further to that, like there's that one that was worked on last fall, and it's still falling apart. So I'm just wondering, are we going back out there to fix it, or take it out, or what are we doing with it?
I was hoping you would clarify which one is. Oh,
It's the one, I guess it'd be on 31, right on the corner there at Dalton Crafts, right on top of that hill.
yeah, that's one we have to come back every second year because of the heavy haul road that goes there, the heavy haulness that hits that intersection. So, yeah, that one we hit every second year.
Hey, Michelle, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm curious about that, met with developer regarding shelter belt in Dunmore. What's that all about?
So, for the past year, there was, Jasper Homes has come to council and council directed administration to work with them to come up with a solution. So me and Jeffrey have been meeting with the developer. I think we're coming to, nothing has been formalized, but continue to work with that developer to have a win-win for both parties. And so it's, just to let you know, the discussions continue. And so hopefully in the near future, the developer will present a plan that's palatable for both parties.
Okay, thank you. That was all I was wondering, is if it was for that Jasper Homes or if it was a different one. Thanks.
Yeah.
Richard?
To pass this on through Public Works, thanks to Glenn. He did a great job with those new signs in Desert Bloom. As Shane had brought up, the ranchers aren't getting lost near as easy now, so that is really good. Crosswalks look awesome. I got asked the question the other day about doing some are we gonna do some paving on the black and white? Is that something we're looking at for this summer? For asking for quotes?
Yeah, through the chair. So that's something that we've been working on, and in the timeline, we're hoping to get it out. It will be out this year, but we're just, depends upon when the timeline to see if it's fiscally responsible to limit it to this year or to leave it open-ended till next year. So that's, and we're about 80% done on the engineering, and we should be wrapping it up probably by the end of the month.
That's just off the 120 then that we had talked about before. Okay, sorry about that. I missed that.
Dustin?
Question for Public Works as well. How are we making out with the culvert flushing on Township Road 120 between the 63 and 62?
Actually, I'm going to defer this to Ken because we were actually having a conversation and you were talking. Maybe not. Okay. I thought he was part of that conversation. So we've been working with our contractor WSP, and where it is, it's an environmental review right now, but everything's in line except for that. So that's what they're dealing with. And at the same time, we're also looking at that crossing. I think it's on the 65, which is about a mile south. You know, that's where in the flood it created the second channel. So we're doing that at the same time. So when we do, because we have to have environmental monitoring when we do the projects, we're trying to coordinate both projects at the same time.
All right, just to update the rest of council on something. Everybody knows I'm can be quite anal about signing and that. On the 110, I went through, and all of a sudden there was a whole bunch of 30-kilometer signs that were gazetted, which meant we did reduce the speed down to 30 in front of residents. There was a 30 ahead and then a 30. There was no 80, back up to 80 signs. You can't drop from 80 to 30. You got to go 80 to 50 to 30. I was wondering why we did it to 30, because in our construction zones, when we got people standing on the road, we only reduce it down to 50. Here, all of a sudden, we're down to 30 kilometers an hour. And I just didn't feel it was right for the rest of the motoring public to, if it's for the workers, construction site workers, there should have been signs, construction traffic only at 30. And why the rest of the motoring public had to be reduced down to 30 kilometers.
Yeah, through the chair. And that was my mistake. I misinterpreted council's previous motion, so that has been rectified, and it's now addressed just to the people that are affected by the development out there. The workers affected by the development, sorry. And then we've went down to 50 and not, actually, we actually have a sign, a picture of the signs, but we're changing them now, so we're not having that variance of more than 30 kilometers, because you're absolutely correct. Going from 80 to 30, you need to have it staggered, and then pre-warning signs, so that has been addressed, and it's actually been adjusted and corrected for other developments too.
Okay, no, thanks. I noticed that, and I talked to staff. I just thought I'd bring it up to the rest of the council so they knew.
Okay, any other questions? Not seeing any, since Shane was asking all the questions. He's moving the CAO's report. Vote. Okay, that's carried. Reeve and Councilor's report. I just have to add to mine, I don't know if everybody heard or was involved with teddy bears that were donated here to the county. We were challenged by Halo to raise a bunch of teddy bears for the hospital because they can't get it because of supply and demand right now. Everything's on boats and they didn't have anything left to give to the kids that are in the hospital. So I was quite shocked yesterday. John and myself went and Sean went to deliver them all, and we had, well, it took 2 vehicles to get all the bags that were donated of teddy bears and that. And the girls were quite shocked when they got there. They even said that from the Tigers teddy bear toss, they usually only get like 4 bags from them because they go to 3 or 4 different areas. But, so we superseded everything. It was pretty impressive to give them. There's some pictures taken at the hospital and that probably coming out, but there's a lot of bags that were donated. It was good to see Cypress County step forward. A lot came out of Irvine, a lot came out of Dunmore here. The county stepped up to the plate. So that's something I did yesterday that didn't get on the report. Other than that, everything's there. We'll start with Lloyd for his report.
Attended the landfill meeting in Red Cliff, which was a good meeting. Got lots cleared up there. Excuse me. Attended the Elkwater Community Association meeting on Sunday. It lasted just about 2.5 hours. It was quite intense. They were, the community is quite concerned about the roads. A lot of questions on the road, and again, their taxes and who's responsible for what. So hopefully we got that cleared up. I hope. And, excuse me. Besides attending the regular meetings, that's been it.
Dustin?
The only thing I was at was an Ag Service Board meeting. One thing maybe to bring to council's attention that came out of there, as of 2024, the chemical jug recycling facilities within the county are going to be closed, and so a little history on it. There was at the Ag Service Board conference, there was a resolution put forward to push the responsibility of this chemical drug recycling back onto the retailers. The fear of the Ag Service Board now, with the way they've structured it to take and close these sites, is that there will be a lot more that end up in our landfills and whatnot instead of getting returned to the retailers. So ASB put a motion forward for staff to bring back some information of possibly keeping these sites at our landfills open and maybe adding an additional one to take and collect the bagged chemical jugs, and then we can work with the retailer to take and get them recycled instead of them ending up in the landfills.
Thank you, Dustin. Richard?
May 18th, I joined Terlin and Keith to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the CFB Suffield Fire Department. Keith proceeded to sing happy birthday to Terlin, so I joined in. Fine job there, Keith. During the opening ceremonies, Cypress County was recognized at least 3 times during the speech, not only from the Lieutenant Colonel, but also from the Acting Fire Chief, Douglas Gill. They mentioned over and over again about how important Cypress County is as a partner, as a backup. We're part of their emergency management plan. Couldn't give us enough attaboy and attagirls on being there for them. So that was really good. Looked at a couple of their new trucks, and of course we know they are always, well, each one was, I'm sure, $1 million or more. So they got a new fire truck for the airport, even though they don't have any airplanes or helicopters, but that could be federal government. Anyway, CFP Suffield has 33 trained members. That's how much it takes to run a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week fire department. Then on May 24th, I attended a Verge meeting, economic development meeting in Foremost. That's where the County of 40 Mile office is located, currently in the town of Foremost. Their new office and shop facility, 40 Miles, will be open this fall. They're just on the outskirts of town to the east of Foremost. The 25th, attended a Community Future Entre-Corps meeting. On the 26th, attended the Cypress County Community Foundation check presentation in Dunmore at the community park. Received lots of compliments on the upgraded park. That is just like a whole new place there with new playground equipment, new grass. It really looks fantastic. So I think we can pat ourselves on the back for working hard on that job. On 31st, our Reeve donated my time to go out to that same park, and I removed all the existing rink boards. I did borrow a track skid steer from Gene Weber. He was kind enough to lend me his. Rick Wall from Wall Construction is doing an upgrade at the Moose Rec Center, and he was kind enough to donate all the boards and glass to the Dunmore Community Association. So that is a huge savings. I think Dan had come up with about 75 grand for new boards. So we want to thank him. That was huge, eh?
That was just boards too, that wasn't glass.
Yes, right. So, Kurt's Ironworks they donated the hauling of all the boards out there and stacked them. So that project is moving along pretty good. And then, just to let you know, on Wednesday night, I am going to a meeting of the local residents around me that are upset over the substation that the city wants to build on city land owned by ratepayers, county ratepayers across from our residential area. So I'll have more to report on that in 2 weeks. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Shane?
Gonna beat
Turn
that
your
chain.
mic off.
Oh,
There you go.
Just had the Ag Service Board meeting. And like Dustin touched on about the chemical jugs recycling program, and that was about it. A few calls about certain issues, and pretty quiet. Not like Richard. Not as busy as Richard.
Blaine?
I also attended the meetings, had a Ag Service Board meeting. Another thing that we did talk about that seemed to be quite a concern in the county is the Gopher Control. So we did bring forward a motion to look into a machine that will put the gopher poison down into the ground. So waiting for that to come back from administration. Talked to some ratepayers about same thing, various things, some ideas that they had. So, and other than that, pretty quiet.
Keith?
I attended the thing out at CFP Suffield, the fire anniversary, and Richard did a fine job of summarizing the events. The only thing I have to add is I got a ride on the ladder truck to the very top.
did you?
Yeah, I did. So I got some fantastic pictures up there. It was really cool to see the infrared camera imagery that's in that basket. And where we were at the base there, we could pick out stuff way over into town or Alston with all this, with the infrared. So it was pretty impressive actually. And so I got some cool pictures. So other than that, it was pretty quiet.
Robin?
Morning, everybody. I just literally pulled in from Regina, where last week we were at the FCM convention, which went very well. It was Wednesday through till Sunday evening, and yeah, other beyond that, nothing else locally too much. Thanks.
Anybody have any questions on any? Don't see any. Since Robin was the last one to speak, he's gonna. Oh, Michelle's is here. Does she have any more to add?
The only thing I have to add is that I had a policy meeting in Cypress County yesterday. Other than that, it's in there.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle. We'll let Robin move the reports. Vote. Okay, that's carried. 10.1, Turlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agricultural state of disaster. It's on page 54 for your information. The recommended motion is that council move to declare a local state of agricultural disaster due to the drought conditions over the past few years and to direct administration to inform the federal and provincial ministers of agriculture of the declaration.
Dustin.
I have a little bit more of a dirty motion to move, but we'll get through it. So motion is that council moves to declare a local state of agricultural emergency due to the dry conditions over the past few years. Lack of spring precipitation has caused dry dugouts, high spring feed usage, and lack of carryover grass for the 2020 year, or 2022 year. Council directs staff to inform the federal government and provincial ministers of the agricultural state of agricultural disaster declaration.
No, you meant the carryover from the 2021. Oh.
Blaine, you got anything to add with that?
Well, I'll just add, along with that, another reason that we're doing this is to align ourselves with the rest of the counties that are having the issue so that we can have a little bit more clout, I guess, as we go forward with the provincial government.
Okay, I'll elaborate a little bit on that, and then I'll come to you. I've spoke with Warner and 40 Mile and Tabor the last couple of weeks, and yeah, we've had this bunch of rain the last few days, but some of those guys haven't got any over there in that area, so we're trying to work as a region in southern Alberta for this drought issue, so I like the way Dustin's worded this, and we can move forward. I know a lot of people are going to say, are you crazy? Because look at the rain right now. Yeah, well, it's just right here. You're standing in it, so it's not everywhere. So, Richard, you had something?
Yeah, basically the same thing. That even though we had that, it was a nice rainfall right around Dunmore here, where our offices are. We're such a large municipality, and we know down south they got about an inch. I did talk to the county of 40 Mile this morning, and they missed most of this rainfall. They only got an inch, and they border us for quite a ways on the way down. So I think we might as well be proactive and get it done. Just like Dan said, it would have to, well, yeah, I mean, there's still people that are going to be hurting because we are such a big area, so we need to do it.
Shane?
Yeah, I agree with this because the dugouts are really, really low. Some people are out of water and got to move their cattle and sell. I mean, sure, the grass was it was hurt. It's way behind. This will help a wee bit in certain areas, but it's a little shot in the arm, but it's not the answer. We are still desperate.
Lloyd?
Well, and I have to agree too. The rain did help, but our crops down there aren't really coming yet, so I'm for it.
Michelle?
Yeah, I agree with everybody else too. The dugouts out here are lacking this year. I mean, the crops are up and things are green after the last couple of days, but that's not going to last. And it's just surface. I don't think there's any moisture in the ground. So I'm for this.
Okay. Well, we have a motion on the floor. I'm sure Dustin, did you just give that to her? So she's got it. Okay. Any more questions on it or comments? Blaine?
I'll just make one more comment too, that just to back it up, if you look further into our agenda here, there is stats on where we were in May due to the, before this rainfall, about how dry and how bad it, there we go, how bad it was. So it proves right there that, this country was in trouble, and I think we need to keep pushing forward to make awareness to the government.
Okay. That's it for comments or questions. Not seeing any. Vote. Okay, that's carried. 10.2, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Road crossing request, Range Road 21. It's on page 65. The recommended motion that council approve the request for the open cut culvert installation on Range Road 21 and extend the warranty period to 3 years for the open cut pipe installation to deal with any potential road surface maintenance. At about 2/3 down, it shares that in the background that council approves SMERD's request for 14 open cut culvert installations as well. And then a couple years ago, we had another producer that council gave permission to as well to do this for moving water purposes.
Don't everybody throw your hand up at once. Richard.
I'll make the motion. I just had to rotate to it here. The question, the way I looked at the motion the first time, and I just want to clarify it, it looked like it was going to be temporary. When I looked at the drawing that was submitted by the owner, it just says June and July to be removed. Why wouldn't we leave it in there all the time and then we don't have to deal with this?
Yeah, through the chair. So what they do is they just use a temporary pump, and they want to use, in the past, they used to get permission, they built barricades and put ramp over it. And so now they just want to put their temporary hose through the culvert and use the culvert as a conduit through the road.
Okay. So the culvert is there now?
The culvert is not there now. Before they went over the road, they want to install the culvert so they don't have to come and ask us every year to...
It'll stay.
Yep, it'll stay.
Okay. Yep. My motion hasn't changed. When I saw that drawing and I thought they're going to remove it, and I go, why? So, okay.
Any other questions on it? Vote. Okay, that's carried. 10.3, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the Agricultural Service Board Inspector appointments on page 69. The recommended motion that council appoint all those names as weed inspectors under the Weed Control Act and Ag Pests Act, and for the duration of employment with Cypress County.
Okay.
I'll move that.
I was actually just going to say, Michelle, you're going to move that one.
I am.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Any questions on it? Vote. It's carried. 10.4, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is a request from the Dunmore Equestrian Society. It's on page 71. The recommended motion is that council accept the request from the Dunmore Equestrian Center as information and move no further action on the submitted request. And in the background information, in July of 2021, council approved to match funds of $600,000 to the Dunmore Equestrian Center, contingent on the approval of the application to the Federal Green and Inclusive Community Building Grant. The society has not been notified as of yet of the outcome of the application. And the request is that the $600 that was pledged to the Dunmore Equestrian Center, that they can utilize that. The motion of council is quite specific for that grant. What they like to do is have the ability to utilize that $600 to be matching on other applications. And I would really like to refer you to page 73, where the letter of request is.
Richard.
Sorry.
That's okay. So I'll make a motion, we'll see which way it goes, but I was looking at another way of wording it, and so my motion will be that council accept the request from the Dunmore Equestrian Society. I gotta work on the wording, but the federal green and inclusive community building grant is the one that we allowed the 600,000 for. Okay, can we put in or the Alberta Community Facility Enhancement Program, but not include the Tourist Relief Fund? And I just want some discussion on that to see what kind of, is that a can of worms I'm opening up by putting an or in there? Because that does give them an opportunity to look at another funding source. Well, it's the idea that I think administration has said we'd like to nail it down more. We do not want an open-ended motion that they can go after whatever. This would be more specific, and it would be between the two.
Mr. Chairman, if that's I would just add it as well, just so you have the one motion already that says for the federal grant, and then have an additional grant that says, or additional motion that says that the motion number, whatever it is, sorry, can also be utilized for that one grant. You could do it like that as well.
Keith?
What was this 600,000 originally intended for? Like, what were they going to use this money for? This 1.2 million?
To build the...
Oh, build the building?
Okay. Shane?
You gotta really watch, there's a little wording in here. They have not heard the outcome of the original application of the Green and Inclusive Community Building Grant. So then if we approve this under the Alberta Community Facility Enhancement Program, are we doubling up to 1.2 million instead of just to 600,000? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, we gotta watch the wording there, it's either or. To a max of 600,000. I mean, just so we don't end up on the hook for 1.2. And it's really upsetting all the time that they come in so close to the due date. Like now it's June 15th and today's the 7th already. You know, that it's every time it's just, it seems the last minute.
Mr. Chairman, that was shared with them.
What?
That was shared with them,
Okay.
those thoughts.
I guess my question just is, so we're okay with like it being transferable from one grant to the other, basically, is what will we be doing here? No, I know, but they're asking for basically 3, and if we make this motion, then we can just put it towards any of them? Is that okay?
We originally just were allowing the federal one, and I apologize, I can't remember what it was, but there was a reason why. Do you remember what it was, Robin?
It was like a 3-to-1 return. If we put it in, it was like, normally we were talking always grant matching, like 50%, 50%. You know, if we put in 600, they might get 600. This one was, I think we were putting in the 600 and they might be able to get like a 1.3. It was leveraged pretty heavily that way. May have even been a 25%. Like it was
So they could get a lot more.
They could get a lot more in exchange for it. You know, realistically, if they have a hope of getting something like that, they'd be better off to try to secure that one. They'd get more bang for their buck. You know, I think that if we limit the positive part about opening it up and saying, hey, if you know, up to a max of 600 and you can try to get what grants you can, would also it would eliminate a lot of the last minute stuff coming in, where they have to get it listed on the motion as approved for that.
Even know if they have it yet. So I'm not going to agree to anything until we know for sure whether or not they're gonna get the grant that we originally gave them the money for.
Yeah, we haven't given them any money yet. It's just, it's a possibility if that grant comes through. But you are right, because just like Robin said, that was a chance for them to get more than just another 600,000. So if we allow this other grant to go through, or allow to put this other application on, and it's a 50-50, they're not gonna have enough money to build the building again, and they're gonna be coming back asking us for more money. Because it won't, like the first one was because it was gonna be a heck of a lot more to get it through. So it's something you gotta think about when are we opening a door that we're gonna have to make a bigger check in the future, because that's gonna be the ask. Shane?
Yeah, with requesting that council consider allowing the society to use the 600,000 for matching from grants towards other grant opportunities. Well, it's kind of tough, because you gotta, depends what grants they're after. Are we gonna be interfering with other arenas that are in business already? So are we gonna, what are they really after? I don't like the idea of an open-end one. I have an issue with that. I don't mind, the original, see what happens, but I don't like the open end.
I'd have to agree with that. Oh, Blaine, go ahead.
Well, it looks to me like they're getting a little nervous whether they're gonna get this first grant, and they're just trying to go out there and chase after more. So I guess I don't have a problem if the motion reads that it's okay to get transferred, or is that how you're saying it, Richard, or?
Just in one, right?
The wording was or. It wasn't for both, and it wasn't for all three. It was either, I guess I should have put the word in, either or. But that's it. If they end up getting the first grant, then they would cancel the application for the second grant. That's what's in the letter.
Problem is, does that second grant give them enough money to build it without them coming back for an ask? Because the first grant gave them extra money, and that's why we okayed that 600,000, was because they were going to get. Yeah, I think your 1.3 was pretty close to what they were going to get. So if we change it and they only get 600,000 matching grant to match ours, they're going to be still short $700,000 to build the building.
I understand what you're saying, but I mean, we'll have it in the motion saying you're getting the 600,000, and I mean, if you want to come back and ask, go ahead, but there's a good chance we're probably not going to allow it. So they're going to have to understand what they're asking for. That they're only getting 600,000, and if they want to put it towards other grants, so be it. But that's all you're getting.
Any other questions, or Shane?
So with that, Blaine, how you worded that we're giving them 600, we're approving the 600,000 on
If they get
if they get the grants.
I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not giving them 600,000. Only if. Yeah.
I think the reason why they got more for that other one is because they're going to retrofit the announcer booth to be part of, because that was a component of it. So I think that's why it was weighted heavier, because they were utilizing current infrastructure, I believe. That was a bit ago, though.
Okay, so. Oh, sorry, Keith, go ahead.
So I just pick up on your point, Dan. If they go for the second grant, they don't have enough. So are they going to build, what are they going to cut in order to make their budget? Like, are they going to have a facility that they didn't quite want because they couldn't quite finish it? Or are we better off just to say, no, we're going to leave it the way it is, and, You know, at least you don't get started and halfway through and can't finish it. We don't want another greenhouse. You know, we don't want that. We want them to know that they have enough. So that would be my point is like, whatever you've got, make sure you have enough to do what you want to do, because nothing worse than getting halfway done and run out of money and you can't finish it. Then it's dysfunctional and a bad mess. You know, so that would just be my consideration.
Robin?
Yeah, but we don't want to get into speculating right now, because it's, when you're doing fundraising, it's about the first domino to fall. So in this case, the first domino was us saying up to 600,000, you can do it. If they would have gotten that first grant, yeah, they could have done it all. But from a fundraising standpoint, if you get the county to say, hey, we'll do 600, if you get another 600, and then they get another 600, now they're 800 short, that last 800 is way easier to raise than that first 1.2. At that point, it's a them problem. You know, they have support, they have a grant. If they can't get their last 800,000 with the first 60% in, again, not an us problem. There's a lot of thinking that we could think of that could be challenges at that point for them, but you know, the grant is based on a certain type of project, and they'll just have to figure out how to get the additional money. And I agree with Blaine too. Like, they can come back, but I don't think that the odds are very good for them that they're going to get additional over and above. So it's a go see what you can get, and if you get the home run, good. If you don't, then you just have some other problems to solve.
And that's correct, Robin, except we okayed that first 600,000 on them getting that 1.3 million to do the whole project. Now you're changing the whole scope of this, and it could end up like what Keith says. They get something half up out there, and they come to us and say, we got it, we need your money to finish this. We need to protect ourselves from that happening. So are we opening up that door by changing to the other? I'm just being the devil's advocate. I understand what everybody's pointing out here. We don't want to get in that predicament. So what is your motion, Richard, to add or the one? Either or, and it's just for the one,
Yeah,
correct?
Leanne, can you read that back and put either or in there for me, please?
The council supports upgrades to the Dunmore Equestrian Arena in the amount of $600,000, subject to the successful application of the 2022 Community Facility Enhancement Program grant or the Green and Inclusives grant.
Okay. That's what's out there. Any questions on it? Lloyd?
I like the motion. Can we put in there that there'll be no more?
Well, we can't say for future council, because somebody could
Or,
overrule.
or no more applying for other grants? We can't add that in?
No, we can't. But it's to no more than 600,000. Max of.
Good.
Everybody's good with that? Michelle, do you have any comment on it?
No,
Okay, I'll ask for the vote then. Vote. I'm telling you. You'll hear it ringing when you're on your break. That's carried. We'll take a 5-minute break, then we'll go to our delegation.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
His belt, where does he have his belt?
He's got it sitting on the desk. Last. His phone's here.
That was his phone, right?
No, he's ringing the bell, but his phone's up here. I need the phone machine as soon as I go back into the delegation.
What's that?
Phone machine as soon as we go back into the, as soon as I close that door, the phone is ringing.
My substantive position is the traffic management unit that's in Redcliffe, and we handle all the 6 kind of detachment areas around Redcliffe. Oh, sorry. All around Redcliffe, and obviously since last summer and then January, Redcliffe Detachment has been going through a few human resource issues, and I was brought in to assist with acting as the Detachment Commander. So I have 2 reports kind of to present. Back in March, I was unable to make the meeting due to having COVID, so I had to stay at home. And now I got the Q3 reports and the fourth quarter reports, which would bring us right up until the end of March 31st of this year. Some of the community building initiatives that we had put into the priorities set last year, they were very difficult to kind of do throughout the year because of COVID. We couldn't go into the schools, we couldn't do all that. That was kind of into our third quarter and then mostly into our fourth quarter. So that has started to pick back up now. I know we're allowed back into the schools. The schools are actually calling to do presentations for them. And I know Rebecca has gone and done the DARE again. So all that stuff is starting to pick up, so that's nice to see. Traffic operations during COVID, just with people traveling, that has diminished quite a bit. So the traffic operations kind of slowed down as well, and so did the numbers of traffic enforcement. But now with COVID kind of being put behind us, we're seeing an increase in traffic on the highway, and with that comes more offenses and more collisions and things like that. So we're starting to put a focus back on that as well. With regards to crime reduction, the third quarter and the fourth quarter, we've been working closely with Medicine Alert. They have a property crimes unit now as well. And also with Southern Alberta District, they have a crime reduction unit, and they have been liaising with us. Obviously, we know that criminals don't just stick to one area, they kind of travel around and commit certain rural property crimes. And we've worked with them to get bait vehicles, other bait items that we can kind of put strategically in different areas and see if anybody takes them, and then obviously we can kind of track them and find out who's doing these type of offenses. And another area that we've been focusing on quite heavily is for those people that are on conditions such as curfews and house arrest. We're focusing on them doing our curfew checks, and that's why in one of the statistics, if you see on for the third quarter, there was a 62% increase on this quarter for other criminal code, and that is mainly due to the fail to comply and breaches that are being laid in that regard. And most other statistics continue a downward trend. Not sure if that's going to continue with COVID kind of being put behind us, because a lot of we saw a decrease in calls for service with during COVID, and now they're starting to creep back up. So we'll have to see what that looks like over the next little bit. Some of the more shocking increases that we saw in the crime statistics. One of them was uttering threats, where it shows a 2017 to 21 change, where it went up 700%. But most of those files, which we only had an increase to 8 from 5 from the year before, but only 2 worked out into charges. So most of them are unfounded, or they weren't really a threat. It was just somebody called it in as that, and that's what once we investigated, we determined it was unfounded. With regards to frauds, that went up by a 350% year over year over the last 5 years. Some of those have to do with identity fraud, and some people, they didn't even know that they were defrauded until all of a sudden something showed up at their house in their name, or was one example was they had got a letter from the federal government saying that they needed to send in documents with regards to the CERB, and they didn't apply for it. So those type of things were occurring out there, and most of them are being handled by in-house with either the banks or the CRA. And then you can see the 240% increase this year with regards to failed to complies and breaches. That's just the direct results of some initiatives being taken to look after those people that are out on conditions. Let's see here. With regards to some other ongoing things at the detachment, now that COVID is also kind of put behind us, there are certain groups like Rural Crime Watch and the Citizens Advisory Committee. Those things kind of got put on the back burner during COVID. There was no meetings, nothing happened. And then now I'm trying to actually compile all the names that used to be on the Citizens Advisory Committee, contact them, see if they're still willing to be part of the committee, and then recruit more for the communities throughout the county. With regards to staffing, over the last year, Redcliffe Detachment has been having quite a few issues with staffing related problems. Currently, I am the only supervisor, non-commissioned officer for both Redcliffe and Bow Island. So I'm kind of looking after both detachments. And we have several people that are acting in those positions as well. And the two corporal supervisor positions for Redcliffe, one's municipal side, one's county side, that those promotional process closed in March, and I've been told that the two successful candidates have been chosen, and they should be notified sometime within the next month, so we should be able to fill those two spots coming up very quickly here. Another position, the position that I'm acting in, the Detachment Commander position, was just posted a week ago. So that closes on June 29th, and there, obviously I will put in as well, but there will be some other people who will put in throughout the province. It's open nationally. And then hopefully we will have a permanent detachment commander back into the seat. Let's see here. And over the last little while, the detachment had some public servants who were off on various leaves. Now all of our positions, all 4 public servant positions in the detachment, are now full and operational, and people are in those positions. Some of the vacancies that we're experiencing, most of them are related to medical leave, and we do have one person that is off on a leave without pay due to the federal government's COVID vaccine policy, and we are almost on the cusp of getting them back to work. So hopefully he can get back to work very shortly, and we can have an extra member on the road as well. So other than that, that's kind of all the highlights from my report. Are there any questions?
Anybody have any questions? Blaine?
I got one question. So, is the result of the staffing problem, would that be the issue with what the provincial government's trying to mandate with municipalities and stuff? Like you understand what I mean?
All of our staffing issues that we have in Redcliffe right now have to deal with members that are actually off on medical leave, or one was off on parental leave who has now returned, and then one person is off on a leave without pay due to the vaccine policy. But other than that, our established positions are all still there. We've never been reduced in any position, so it's just a matter of soft vacancies and trying to get them back. And one of the corporal positions that was just advertised, it was a hard vacancy, that corporal got promoted outside of the detachment, and we've been trying to get that one filled as well. So, but that one, like I said, should be filled probably, I'm hoping within the next month we should know.
Anybody else? Thank you.
My turn? Okay, good morning, everybody. Happy to be back. I have my report from January 2022 to March 2022. Do you have the monthly checks? Oh, they have it all. Okay. All right. So, yeah, the monthly checks there are based on my expectations. So it's broken down in monthly, bi-monthly, weekly patrols that are expected. Sometimes they get more, sometimes they get a little less. Then the bottom there is just the violation tickets, and I call them warnings, where a violation could have been issued, but I chose to educate instead of writing the violation ticket. So those are the January, February, March stats. I was off for a couple weeks in those couple months, and the protest convoys that happened between Cypress County and Coots border took a lot of time from all of us working members. Lots were in Coots, leaving a few of us here to deal with what was going on here. So that took up, again, a lot of time over those few weeks. So I did assist in that a lot. Assisted detachment, as always, when they get a priority call, abandoned vehicles, suspicious vehicles out in the county that I come across, just domestics that come in, missing persons, stolen vehicles, cows out, motor vehicle accidents. I've come across a couple just on my own, so it's always good, especially in winter. Just go through some document service for the RCMP livestock section. I had to go to the county 40 mile actually to do that one. Search manager for the missing male from Calgary. And yeah, I was off for a little bit there. I had a couple office days. The more, obviously, the more I take on myself, the more office days I spend in the office trying to catch up on all the paperwork. Suspicious garbage barrels. There was some garbage barrels in Schuler, which actually eventually led to some stolen property. Information received from a local rancher led to multiple arrests of stolen property and trafficking stolen property, so that was good. Shouldn't have to, but there's a couple of people out in the county there that need to be reminded to keep feeding their livestock. Patrolled Cabin Lake, Sandy Point, Elkwater. As always, daily communication with Officer Mass and assisting with her. Speed enforcement. I attended a 4-H Achievement Day in Hilda for the Cat Club. That was a new experience for me, so that was interesting. Speed enforcement on Railway in Irvine. I think that's specific, actually. What runs along the railway there? Yes, and getting vehicles kind of parked the right way. Was a thing with me, so I think they're finally all parking the right way in Irvine. But I did get asked by a resident there to, from where you cross the tracks and you go around to the rink, that specific avenue, there's a speed sign there that lights up, besides those 2 stop signs that always are a problem in Irvine. Nobody stops at them. They think that they should have a speed sign there, because there's a whole stretch all the way to the rink that doesn't really say a speed. I think it does when it's coming into the hamlet, but they think that might help if there's a speed sign along Pacific Avenue there. Fraud is up. We've had quite a few calls on fraud. There's been a local, I haven't got it up yet, but a local family's been frauded out of a C-can purchase where they sent the money and they were promised delivery and didn't happen. So it's kind of as everything, don't buy anything unless you see it. Like might want to see the can before you buy the C-can type thing. And also a lot of, I did put a write-up out about it, and it actually is coming up a lot. Calgary's starting to have big problems, especially with youth boys, of a term called sextortion, where people are using, and this is the Manitoba in BC, where they're using pictures of youth or whatever, and they're making them give them money, or I'll send these pictures, information to all your friends on your Facebook and your family and your school, and your life will be ruined. So there is a lot of that going on. A lot of frauds going on. I just seen one the other day, actually, where Medicine Hat Stampede was, there was a fraud set up there regarding selling tickets for the Stampede. So it just happens everywhere. But other than that, I don't have much else between those 3 months. Did anybody have any questions?
Dustin?
So the fraud stuff, is it all mail, phone, stuff like that, or is
Just Facebook, online stuff, you know, they see an ad on Facebook, Marketplace, whatever, and they're sending money and they're not receiving it. A lot of that. Even charity things, you know, send money on Facebook, and or friends, you know, a friend sends you a message, you think it's that friend on Facebook, and it's not that friend. It is getting crazy out there for fraud, so be very careful on where you're sending your money.
No, he just paid his taxes today. He's got no money.
But looking forward to the summer, all the events that are happening, and getting back on track, and it's busier than ever out there, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, it is getting busy again.
Yeah, it is.
Good to see people out. Did you guys see that balloon fest 2 weeks ago? What a mess that was for vehicles, but it was good to see people out. Any other questions or anything? Shane?
Yeah, all that is nice weather. I live out on the 524, and boy, you can have a heyday out there on a Sunday.
On a Sunday.
Yep, Saturday or a weekend, them bikes, they are going. And there's a lot of antelope. I mean, I don't know why, but there's a lot of antelope along the road right now, and I'm just worried about one of them coming out on them bikes because they're flying right now. They're having a good time.
Yeah, pretty much, I would say every time somebody's on 524, you know, I can't, you know, it's hard for me to sit in a spot for quite a long time because I just feel I need to be out there doing stuff, but when I do, there's definitely usually, it's...
You know what'd be funny is if she's giving you a ticket next week.
But, yeah.
So, any other questions?
Yes, please.
Okay, sorry, Michelle.
Oh.
It's not a question, it's just a comment. I just wanted to thank Rebecca for Saturday. It was a great day, and I hope your family is all healed up.
It was a very good day. Yeah, it was a long, dirty, great family day. Yeah, it was an enjoyed time spending with everybody there.
Well, thank you very much for coming in. We've got another half an hour here before lunch, so usually you guys take us right up to lunchtime. What happened today?
I don't know. So, any more questions for me? More than happy to. Or.
You did a great job.
Thanks. Oh, all good.
Yeah, well, if you guys would like to stick
Sure.
around for a half an hour.
No, I just had a comment. Last night we had an incident where actually happened the night before, where in the town of Redcliffe we had a suspicious vehicle complaint. There was some vehicles that were gone through, and it was kind of on everything Redcliffe or the Facebook page that about what was going on, but nobody actually called the police. But then one person gave us the suspicious person complaint, and it's almost for anybody in the county or anybody anywhere. We solved it pretty quick, but it was based on 2 incidents that happened in the county where this specific vehicle was a suspicious vehicle, and that's all it was. So the complainant called us, suspicious vehicle parked next to this building in the rural area, 2 people out with flashlights. They called us, our members went. This happened in March. Went, identified the vehicle, there was no theft, no offenses being committed, but obviously they were probably out there trying to do something, and just because of that person called the suspicious vehicle and we were able to identify the vehicle with the occupants, it led to us solving the one in Redcliffe, because now we had the vehicle, the people, and as soon as that suspicious vehicle got called in on last night at 6 p.m., we were able to locate it quickly at the residence where it was supposed to be, with the stolen property that they took, and as well as we did a drug recognition on the driver because he was exhibiting signs of impairment. So now we seized their vehicle for 30 days, got them charged with possession of stolen property on conditions, and now they don't have a license or a vehicle for 30 days. So it's those little things, even though people might think that they're not important, it's the people that know what's in their community, what's in their neighborhoods, and if they look strange to you, they probably are. And those are the things that we need to find out, because that led directly to our solving that one last night pretty quick. So that's just one of the calls that kind of a highlight that shows that we need the help from everybody about to do our jobs too. So yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'll follow that up with that rancher that sent me to my phone there, all the number that you guys have. My work phone sent me the pictures of a person that was around a well. Just had, you could see the dog, the back of the person, and the truck, and that's the one that led to stolen property and trafficking stolen property and stuff. So it's, yeah, just any little thing, it really, really does help.
Any questions or comments? Good job out there, guys. We appreciate it. We got a little bit more to do here before lunch, but you guys are more than welcome to stay and join us for lunch, and we can actually sit in the same room now and have lunch with people, so a little different. Try not to get arrested. Try not to get arrested. Okay. Thanks, guys. All right, we will get on to 10.5, but before we do that, Tara Lynn, now you know, slow down in urban.
Ha!
The speed limit's only 40 km, so.
I follow all the rules all the time.
If you want to reduce the speed to 30, I think there's some extra 30 signs around.
Okay, 10.5, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dunmore Offsite Levy Collection, page 74. Recommend motion that council waive the collection of the offsite levy payment pursuant to Cypress County Bylaw 2016-27 as a proposed subdivision plan of 941-1393 Block 5, Lot 8, and Plan 941-1393 Block 5, Lot 9 does not create any additional lots and does not require an additional connection to the hamlet water supply. So the following is the request, and if there's any questions, Jeffrey will be able to facilitate those answers.
Okay, Richard.
I'll make the motion to accept to go with the recommended motion. Then I don't have to read it out, okay?
Okay, any questions on it? Shane?
Where is this exactly, or what? I know it's block 5, looking lot 8, and 941A393, but where? I know where in Dunmore.
Between 10th and 12th Street.
Okay.
Are you good? It's in the old part of Dunmore.
Oh, okay.
The first part. Richard?
Would like to get some signs done up, Shane, so you don't get lost over there? We could get the same fellow that did some in Desert Bloom for the ranchers over there.
Yeah. Any other questions on it? Not seeing any. Vote. Okay, that's carried. 10.6, Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will it take more than 20 minutes discussion, do you think? Well, it depends.
This is Jeffrey you're talking
I'll
about.
keep the presentation to under 20 minutes. It depends on how much discussion they want to do, though. I can't speculate.
Sounds good. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fire Master Plan Review, page 83. And there's substantial information. I believe the master plan was sent out to you prior to the agenda a week or so before that. As per the strategic plan, part of that was to review the fire master plan. That was the consultant was TSI, and that occurred in November of 2016. Jeffrey has an excellent job of summarizing the actual report and looking at what was implemented, and he has a PowerPoint and an executive summary for council's consideration.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, basically, when TSI was contracted to do the fire master plan, basically they looked at the current state, they identified certain gaps, and they made recommendations for improvements. So, because the plan was sent out approximately a week ago, I'm going to skip in this presentation all the way to looking at basically the analysis, which is basically strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats, as well as the gap analysis, and then the recommendations that they made in the 1 to 3 years and the 3 to 5 year duration. So, I guess what we really have to look at here is, like I say, they came up with a bunch of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And as far as the strengths go, what they looked at was the fact that the county already had existing bylaws and policies, as well as a mutual aid agreements with our neighboring municipalities and fire service agreement in place. They were also recognizing that council was very supportive of emergency services by providing financial stability to support both the current and future needs to allow fire to go forward. They also identified that the fire equipment is consistent from station to station, and the fact that the county did a very good job of testing, taking care, and providing maintenance of its equipment. So therefore, it was all of our equipment was well looked after, and it was documented for reference purposes to see what was done and keep track of how things were going with maintenance and repairs. Right. In terms of the weaknesses, what they looked at was the fact that the level of service wasn't consistent from station to station. So not all stations were providing the same types of deployment when it came to certain types of incidents. There was also inconsistent training and turnout from station to station to ensure that the fire members were trained for competency to comply with the occupational health and safety to deliver the desired or expected level of service. And this is today is still a problem that there's not always from station to station consistent turnouts when it comes to their fire practice nights, and therefore some of the fire members are not taking advantage or participating in the training nights with their respective stations like they need to. They also identified that, as you can see in the picture there, that there's, our fire stations are 30 years old, and there's limited ability for these buildings to grow and expand, and there was insufficient storage space that we currently have. They also said that, recognized that these buildings need modernization to accommodate IT infrastructure and to improve communications. And then finally, the last weakness was what we already talked about, and it just keeps coming back like a broken record, which is the lack of water supply in certain areas of the county and having access to water tenders in a timely manner. So, of course, as we know, when these incidents occurs, there's
Sometimes there's the ability to contract or to get water supplied by private contractors through delivery of them hauling water to the site, and other times not so much. So water tenders back in 2016, was still an issue, and today still an issue in 2022. So some other weaknesses that continues on in their report. There's the lacking of SOGs in 2016. There was only 4 at that time, so standard operating guidelines basically for the fire members to follow when it comes to deploying services and attending and responding to scenes and incidents. Today in 2022, we now have 43 standard operating guidelines in place, as well as some additional administrative policies. They identified that there was a records management system that was needed, that certain bylaws, policies lacked a mission, vision, and value statement, and there needed to be bylaws for penalties for violations, as well as enforcement and procedures put in place. So in terms of opportunities, there's quite a few. And obviously opportunities are a result of some of the weaknesses that exist. So what they recognized was there is an opportunity to do more regionalized training with our neighboring municipalities to share and save on costs. And since then, the county has trained with the county of 40 Mile, the town of Redcliffe, as well as Methanex, and some other neighboring municipalities such as County of Newell and MD of Tabor. So that has improved since then. They identified the opportunity to develop a recruitment and retention strategy and screen and interview new recruits. So this is always going to be a problem with any paid on call or volunteer fire department to be able to retain our fire members and attract new members. Obviously the rural areas are declining in population. I don't have to explain that to you. So where do the new recruits come from with the decline in population? So the challenge, of course, is to try and get a recruitment strategy to attract new members. So one of the things that we do as a result of this is we do have a very, a fairly comprehensive interview process to make sure that when we're interviewing potential candidates for fire members to join certain fire stations, that we're doing things like background checks on them, making sure that these are going to be suitable fire members to join our fire services, and that these are desirable people to have representing our organization and being part of the county. Another opportunity was to create a dedicated fire station in Dunmore. Obviously, we've done that. Provide a full-time crew to the provincial parks during summer months when risk is highest. And we haven't explored that opportunity, but Alberta Environment and Parks does have a 4-member crew that is stationed in the Cypress Hills Interprovincial Park throughout the summer months. Another opportunity was to perform training to create more consistent level of service and to comply with OH&S requirements for competency and safety. So everything always comes back to making sure that our fire members are trained adequately for the service that they are required to perform, that they can't provide services that they're not trained for, and in other words, to basically comply with occupational health and safety for not only the safety of themselves, the safety of their fire crew when on scene, but also for the public, and to reduce liability and prevent any liability against the county. It also identifies a minimum training qualification levels, again, that goes back to competency. Service levels to determine staffing and equipment needs and training levels that are required. So identifying what are the services that are going to be provided, how much staff do you require to provide that service, and what are the equipment that's required and the training that goes with that. And then finally create a policy or a bylaw that specifies the types of emergency services to provide and what level of service that each community fire station could provide. And that's basically done right now in our current policy, which is fire service level of service. Some more opportunities that
continue on in the report include providing fire prevention and public education that would be delivered all year and not just during Fire Prevention Week. The photo that you see in the top right-hand corner, that was the photo that was taken out at Suffield on May 18th when the Wildland Fire public information session was being presented to the community. So maybe we're starting to do some of that education throughout the year, not just during Fire Prevention Week, after all. The next thing is under opportunities is to adopt a life cycle management plan to plan and budget for capital purchases well in advance and explore leasing opportunities. As far as fleet goes, we haven't, I guess we've had conversations about what leasing options could potentially bring, but certainly finances and corporate services has implemented a life cycle management plan that we do with all our equipment, so that is in place. The next talks about providing critical incident support to fire members and their families and train fire members to recognize when critical support services are needed to address mental health. And so in 2017 and just this year in 2022, fire members took what's called a critical incident stress management course to help them deal with some of the stress from attending the scenes and incidents. And so there was an original group that took this course in 2017. We provided a refresher course to those same members just here a few weeks ago, and we then introduced a new course to any new fire members that wanted to take and participate in this type of training. And what this group does is be able to provide support to not only our fire members from other fire stations, but also potentially provide support to other neighboring fire departments. So if they have fire members that have mental health issues and need support, that we have the ability to provide a sounding board and provide a resource that can help them work through their issues. And if their mental health issues are more than that, then they're probably going to have to seek professional guidance and counseling from a professional. The next is to provide recognition and rewards for achievement, and typically in May when we were recognizing Citizen of the Year and Volunteer Week, we were recognizing and providing fire members with their certificates and awards for their accomplishments at that time. And finally, formally appreciate and recognize fire members and their families and their employers to support and allow fire members to continue to volunteer. As far as threats go, there's recruitment and station sustainability for remote stations. So we talked about this, trying to recruit members to the rural stations and recognizing that there's a declining population, and this is never going to end. It's always going to be an issue. The next threat that was identified was the City of Medicine Hat and CFB Suffield's inability to respond in some incidences. Well, as far as I know, in the past 4 years that I've been the Director of Municipal Services, I can't really think of any real situations where either CFB Suffield or the City of Medicine Hat wasn't available to respond. So I think that's in pretty rare instances that may occur. Wherever possible, the City and CFB Suffield will do everything within their power to try and provide support when called upon. Another threat was not renewing agreements with the City of Medicine Hat and CFB Suffield. Obviously, since then, we've entered into 2 agreements with the City of Medicine Hat, and what you see on the photo there is our dual response 8-kilometer area that we presently have in place with the City of Medicine Hat, and administration's currently working with CFB Suffield to get a new fire services agreement put in place, and it's in the hands of CFB Suffield now to get approval from their commanders, and hopefully then that'll be in place soon. And then the other threat was, of course, the City of Medicine Hat's future annexation into the county. And of course, we've had a number of discussions here at this council level about regarding the possible annexation of the town of Redcliffe and the county, or the city, into the county lands. And so that's nothing new to this council. The report then goes on into a gap analysis, and there's a lot of duplication and overlap here, but again, the fact that fire services bylaws do exist, but a level of service policy should be adopted to ensure all stations meet the basic level of service to support other stations at incidents, to discourage farmers and ranchers from using their own private equipment for grass fires due to the liability to the county. And we just talked about the fact that we did provide a wildland fire public information presentation in Suffield in May, and we just finished one last week in Walsh. The fire stations should all be structured the same. Appropriate training should be delivered before the new firefighters become operational. I think that's important because then we're not just deploying a whole bunch of equipment and gear to firefighters who haven't actually been trained. So once they're trained, then they can actually be put into service, and the equipment goes hand in hand. Standardize all equipment at all stations, and if budget does not allow for this, then scale back the level of service. They identified that fire burn permits are being issued by fire guardians without doing any site inspections. And so that was, I guess, obviously a concern. And then they also talked about the fact that the existing fire service board, which was established by bylaw in 2014, that board should be dissolved, and once the fire master plan was adopted. And if not, then the fire service board should function in an advisory role only. And of course, we know that the fire services board was dissolved. And Richard, I know you and former Councillor Darcy Geigley, and who else was on that board? Dustin, right? Okay, and then finally, or at least on this page, some other gap analysis includes the fact that there were liability issues that needed to be clearly communicated to firefighters responding to calls using green flashing lights, and develop a policy for that. So that policy is now in place, and we try our best to make sure that the fire members do follow the policy when they are using the green flashing lights. As part of the fire service level of service policy, review and define a level of service again for each type of response per station. And it says that firefighters should hold at minimum Lakeland College ETC qualification levels within the first years of recruitment. One of the things that we identify in the fire service level of service policy is that our fire members, we would encourage them or support them to at least obtain their NFPA 1001 level 1 and 2 for basic firefighting. Firefighters should conduct a minimum of 60 hours of in-house training, which is not being achieved. So basically each station was supposed to accomplish 60 hours of practice nights and training. And of course, due to time commitments and the fact that these are volunteers, it's difficult for them to accomplish that. So that's been reduced down to basically fire members are expected to attend 16 out of 24 fire practice nights throughout the calendar year. Again, talks about standard operating guidelines need to be developed. As part of the level of service, determine which fire stations are able to provide medical first response and technical rescue. We've done a number of technical rescue courses over the last couple of years, and so we're working towards that. Develop a fire department record management system to electronically file and track fire members' training records and certifications. Again, create a mission, vision, and value statement. Renew and revise fire service agreements with Suffield and the City of Medicine Hat, and meet with City and Alberta Health Services to ensure co-medical response is being dispatched efficiently. Renew mutual aid agreements with our neighboring municipalities. Recruitment of a full-time deputy fire chief, that has been accomplished, and a half full-time administrative support person, which we've done as well. That half full-time administrative support person is now full-time. Again, improve recruitment of new fire members and recognize their efforts on an individual paid-on-call fire basis, which would replace station compensation. So to date, each individual fire station does get compensation of $5,000, and there is basically a policy in place for paid-on-call fire members. Implement an IM responding program for communicating incidents, and they recognize that communications are working well except for the fact that there's difficulties transmitting and with the 1-4 fire station because of their location and gaps in the radio system. and then define job descriptions for each fire member. Okay, so we're down to the last couple pages here, so we'll be quick. The recommendations for 1 to 3 years: develop standard operating guidelines that comply with OH&S, implement a records management software program and records retention system, develop the training program to align with policy FP12 fire service level of service and standardize the training, develop and implement a standard skills maintenance training schedule for all fire stations, implement a formal training schedule to achieve certifications and professional qualifications, and utilize a record management system to produce and retain training records, and train 2 additional fire members to NFPA 1041 fire service instructor, and that fire officer courses be mandatory for all personnel in that position. So on that page, just about everything has been accomplished when it comes to those recommendations. The next page for 1 to 3 years is perform annual service testing on fire pumping apparatus, as well as annual load testing for ladders, and implement a program for care and maintenance of respiratory protective equipment. Adopt a policy for equipment donated by service clubs or for fundraising for equipment purchases. And I guess if an organization came to the county wanting to offer us funds, we basically have been treating them as a grant request. So rather than just receive the funds in kind, what we'll do is we'll make a formal letter of request saying that we would like to apply for the grant money or the funds that you're making available to Cypress County Emergency Services, and that we will apply these funds to specific purposes and uses, so that it's not just general money going into general revenues, that we're actually identifying that these are the purposes that the funds could be used for. Implement simultaneous dispatching to both Irvin and Walsh and Hilda and Schuler stations for adequate response for these areas. Implement monthly plan for fire prevention and public awareness and education. Again, create a mission, vision, and value statement, which we've done in fire service level of service policy. That all fire stations be equally funded, and include grazing associations in wildland fire suppression, provided that they actually achieve mandatory fire training courses. So on this page, that's about the only thing that we haven't done. So in order to deploy or roll these grazing associations out to help with wildland fire suppression, the recommendation here was that they would actually go through some sort of mandatory fire training course, so that when they show up, they have competency, skills, and they're not putting themselves or other emergency services personnel or the public at risk. More recommendations for 1 to 3 years. Perform site inspections prior to issuing fire burn permits in close proximity to structures. Amend the Fire Service Board bylaw, which we've dissolved. Review the Green Lamps bylaw, which is now a policy. Provide internet access and IT equipment to all fire stations for the use of IM responding. So all the stations now have computers in their stations, and this is being done. IM responding as part of their operations. Recruit the full-time deputy fire chief and the administrative support person. Develop a strategy to recruit new fire members, and implement a system for compensation for the paid on-call fire members. So again, pretty much all of that has been accomplished. Last page, 3 to 5 years for recommendations. Develop a records management system. We have a system in place right now that basically we can pull up their the records for each fire member as to identify what their current training and certifications are. It says here, allocate a piece of property as a regional training center for both the county and neighboring partners for their benefit and use, and consult for potential collaboration. Purchase a new engine with off-road capabilities for the 1-4 station. We've done that. That's the wildland fire unit that they were provided for the last few years. That the county and the town of Redcliffe explore the option and feasibility of regionalizing fire service delivery, and obtain a grant to conduct a regionalization study. So that grant was applied for. It was successful. The county and Redcliffe looked at a study. It was determined that it would be best that the county keep emergency services separate from the town of Redcliffe. But of course, as you know, in 2020 and 2021, there was discussion about the possibility of merging the two separate emergency services into one fire station building. And the finances and the financial aspects of that are still being discussed, but you know, I guess the rationale of that happening is the fact that, you know, it's still considerably more economically feasible for the Box Springs Fire Station to be housed in a separate location due to the cost of rent and leasing compared to the upfront capital costs of contributing to a joint fire station. Finally, to consider the capital purchase of water tenders. So that is the summary of what was in the TSI report. I think it is kind of a good practice here to familiarize ourselves with the fact that most of the things, or the majority of the things that are in the report, have been carried out, that we're currently implementing, you know, practically just about everything that's in there, or at least we've addressed pretty much everything in there. And now this kind of sets the table for whenever council's ready to have a more thorough discussion, which would be a much longer conversation concerning emergency services level of service. So any questions or any discussion, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Reeve.
Thank you, Jeffrey. That was 26 minutes. Yeah. You're getting better on your time. Usually you run over by half an hour, so that was pretty good. Does anybody have any questions on that? That was a pretty good summary on what took place and what's been happening. Keith?
So are we going to have a discussion on this, or is it just kind of accept it and move on? Like, how long a discussion do we want?
Oh, whatever you want. Like.
Okay, because I jotted down some things here, but do you want to?
We'll have lunch and
we
then we'll
might have
come
to have
back.
lunch first.
Yeah, I think if you and Jeffrey get talking, we could be here a while. So, so we'll take a break for lunch, and we'll come back about 1:45 or 1:45, and start into that tomorrow. Okay, call the meeting back to order. Can I get somebody to make a motion to go in camera? Keith? Richard, you need to come out for a change.
Well, no, I have another question.
Well, for this?
My question is to proceed with feasibility study, then administration puts out a tender asking companies to bid on this to see the possibilities. That's the direction we would go? Yeah. Okay.
No, we haven't voted yet.
No, we haven't voted.
Open now. And we had John said it.
Yeah. But you know, they went to the recreation one there. Alberta recreation.
Yeah, there's that field there, so there's that field there. All right, we're going to 10.6, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Fire Master Plan review, Jeffrey presented, and now is the part for discussion about what was presented.
Jeffrey, you're not even paying attention.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I can start right at the beginning if you'd like.
No. He was listening. He's doing two things at once there. Does anybody have any questions? Keith, you had some. Did they get answered?
Okay, most of my questions I've talked to Dustin, and we've kind of got some clarification on just what my questions were about, and the answers. I have to say thank you to Jeffrey for the work in putting this all together. It was quite a feat to put this policy together, and I want to thank you for that. So, just a comment, if I may. I know that farmer and ranchers volunteer at fires, and to keep them off the fire ground when it's their property or their neighbor's property that's being threatened is pretty difficult, especially in light of the fact that, to the best of my knowledge, when the flame is extinguished, we turn the control back over to the landowner to babysit it and make sure all the cow turds are out. So, in our fire department, we try to always endeavor to work with whoever's there, because sometimes those are the very people that they follow the fire truck. They're the first ones on the scene. When we get there, they fall in behind and let us put the flames out, and they come behind and make sure that it doesn't come around and bite us. So, I understand the liability issue. It's a kind of complex thing. We work with what we have, and to the best of our ability, carry that out. So, I'm not going to question anything you've put down on paper, because it takes a lot to think of all the different aspects of a very complex issue. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any Lloyd?
Yeah. Just one. Are there any provisions for later on for any leadership courses? Because I always worry about we don't train our junior guys early enough or long enough to take over for the senior ranks that are leaving.
Thank you. So yeah, okay, the report basically, like I say, everything that was presented was actually in TSI's report. So to answer that question, we do have our fire members have the opportunity to take fire officer training, and that would go to the ability to then, you know, if depending upon their rank in the fire station, so whether they're the station chief, the deputy station chief, captain, lieutenant, whatever, they have the ability to take those fire officer training courses. As far as our senior administration, certainly all of the municipal services supervisors have either taken or are currently enrolled in some form of leadership training. And so at the highest level, yes, and even through the paid on-call fire members, they have that opportunity. So our deputy fire chief is here, and maybe he would like to comment further on the fire members' opportunities to take leadership and training. I mean, a lot of that fire officer level courses are designed for, you know, primarily for providing leadership and leading the incident in the scene. There is some aspects of administration and those types of things as part of that fire officer training course, as I understand it, but certainly John could expand on it better than I can.
Like Jeffrey said, Lloyd, I think we've had quite a few members take the fire officer course. Lots have taken fire instructor course, which is also some leadership involved in it. So, and we're definitely always looking to do more courses whenever the opportunity presents itself for people who want to do it. We'll put them through it.
Any other questions? Dustin?
So I guess the question I have is, we originally wanted to see this before we reviewed the level of service again. Is that something that we're going to do in the future, or is that something we have to make a motion to bring back to do?
Either one. So yes, this is the first step to evaluate the study that was done by TSI and to ensure that the milestones were met and the majority of milestones were met. We always review the level of service because that ties in with our capital as well. So that if also too, do you wish to do another study? I know you probably throw things at me if I say that, but continue on the road that that we're on. But we always need to review our level of service and our SOGs.
Yeah, and I think Terlyn said that very well. I think really, like, as the TSI report indicates, that level of service ties to capital and operating budgets. And so depending upon, like it said in the study, depending upon what each station is going to deploy for services, has to match what their training levels are, what their equipment needs are, and all of that, you know, goes back to level of service, which is determined by council. So it's basically a vicious circle or a cycle that of everybody needs to have input into determining what are we going to carry out, and depending upon what those services is there a need for changing or altering or maybe doing things differently, right?
Keith?
Just a question. Is it an expectation of Cypress County that a fire department such as Schuler would be able to deliver the same amount of service as, say, 7 persons or Dunmore?
Jeffrey?
So I think that's a multifaceted answer, because ultimately we want to treat all our stations equally, that they all contribute and they're all part of the overall department. The ability for some stations to be able to respond or go to an incident or a scene is dependent upon who's available amongst those fire station members at that given moment to actually respond. So in general, one of the things that we did with the fire service level of services policy was we gathered the input and the feedback from the fire stations and the chiefs to determine what types of services that they would like to carry out. Now, with that being said, they have to be able to be trained and have the equipment to do that. So for the most part, most of the stations have the capabilities of doing the majority of the basic fire service responses. Some stations, because of their training or their equipment or their abilities, have I guess an enhanced capacity to provide more services. So, for example, if there's a grass fire, then generally the stations can deal with that. If it's a structure fire, you have to have a higher level of training and more certifications to be able to handle that type of situation. So it depends from station to station, but for the most part, if that station isn't capable because of whoever they have available to respond or the type of incident, then we have the ability to call in other stations that have those capabilities.
Answer your question? Okay. Any other questions? Did I have a motion from somebody? Oops.
Well, I'll make it.
All right. Thank you, Shane.
I'll make it.
What's your motion?
To receive the summary review of the 2016 Fire Master Plan as information.
After you hear it one more time?
Yes.
Jeffrey, he's just not.
He's not biting today. Okay, no more questions? Vote. Okay, that's carried. 10.7, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. OTC Highway Tender Results and Award on page 280. The recommended motion that Council direct administration to do the base work and pave from secondary 524 to Range Road 70, the OTC, including the industrial cul-de-sac at the cost of $1.795706, with $897,950 to be funded from STIP funding, and the remainder $898,206 to be funded from Road Rehabilitation Reserve. So there is, from 280 on, there is background information, drawings, that the letter from AT in regards to the STIP funding that we're very fortunate to receive.
I know what it is. I'm waiting for one of you guys to put your hand up and spend some money. Blaine, he's not scared.
I'll make the motion that we do the work paving, recommended motion number 1, 524 to Range Road 70.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Before Shane gets going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody? Richard. Okay.
So we know it's coming because Shane's going to say it's too much money or whatever, but that's just the way you do it. If you're going to do that, Shane, I want to know compared to what. I think we can compare it to the 120. We had an exceptionally good price. That the odds of that happening again are pretty darn slim unless the price of oil drops down to nothing. So I too would like to see this darn thing done, finished, say goodbye to it, and from end to end, because it's been a 6 or 7 year drag out, and it's time to move on. So, Shane, I await your comments.
I agree. You already have. All right. First of all, What did the asphalt come in at, price-wise?
Through the chair. Came in at 119, and the average for Southern Alberta through AT was about 121 to 122. We just checked for, so that's about a 15% increase from last year to this year. So we felt that that was in line with additional tenders that were coming in the south zone.
My issue is we're just doing, I know the piece that has to get done because the oil is rough and it's blowing up, but I like to see the whole thing done, and I'd like to have seen it all put together as a bigger tender if we could have with the black and white, so we can get a better pricing, because the bigger the project, the more interest you're going to get. I mean, we just got the 3 locals on this. It's a smaller job. I mean, what was the tonnage of asphalt? And I understand we're putting on 300 mils of GBC. But are you in the design, Ken? Were we incorporating the oil into the subgrade?
Through the chair, I'm going to tag team this one a little bit. So just to give a little bit of overview on this project. So in 2019, there was only 4 projects issued in all of Alberta for the Resource Road Grant. And in 2020, same thing. We were 2 of them actually. And in 2021, same thing, and we were 1 of them. So we are very fortunate, one out of 4 projects in the whole province. So by breaking it down, and as you remember when we went through the budget cycle, we broke it down because we wanted to maximize our chances of getting this grant. And so council took a leap of faith with administration, and we fell in line with that grant application. So I just wanted to say that that's important, because you guys looked at the scope. We looked at different projects when we applied, but I think we made the best pitch to maximize the funding. Obviously, it's evident in the pricing. Now, the reason I'm parlaying that into another story is we have timelines with grant funding, and so the reason why we didn't group it in with another project is we didn't have the timing to do it with the black and white in order to get it done in 2022. We could ask for an extension from the minister to extend it, but that's something that we felt that at the time when we did the did the tender, is we just wanted to make sure that the project went through without any hiccups. So that's the reason why we didn't delay it, I guess, until we were ready with engineering for the black and white. I'll let Ken talk about the asphalt quantities and all that stuff. He has all that in top of his head. So, and one of the concerns that we went when this came back through the budget cycle is that we actually had a letter from the area residents that were in the business area there. And so we were just trying to focus on what the concerns of our area residents. And so in that funding also has that cul-de-sac. So that's important to note, because that added to our cost. But we didn't want to have a gravel cul-de-sac going onto an asphalt road, right? It kind of landlocked it. And Ken, are you ready for all the quantities and all the technical stuff?
I think we know quantities too.
But we're going from the town of Red Cliff, we hit asphalt, then we're going to be on gravel, then we got oil, then we got gravel, then we're going to hit this nice pavement. It'd be really nice to be right from the town of Red Cliff all the way out, because it's the dump. It's the resource road. It goes to our landfill. This only goes to the Range Road 70. That stops at Silver Creek. This stops at Silver Creek. It's only that little section that we're doing, Richard. We're not doing the whole thing from the town, or from Red Cliff town limits out.
We're not.
No,
It's
just
do
that
for the businesses in front of the business.
we're not. Because I know a lot of people have asked for the whole thing to get rid of the dust. Because a lot of the traffic is, I know the trucks will go out onto the waste trucks. You know, town of Red Cliff garbage trucks, they'll go out onto the highway and come around. They won't even use that road. It becomes muddy. Now it's mud when it rains. And that's, did we apply for funding for the whole thing, or we can't get it, or just inform me on this?
Through the chair. Yeah, we did not apply for funding for the whole thing. We wouldn't have qualified, and we wouldn't have got funding because of our traffic counts.
But if you put the traffic, when they're hauling all the vegetables, and that, it is very, very, very busy. And I can't see how that traffic count, well, with the businesses there a bit, but that rest is really busy too.
Yeah, I guess we were looking at what we would maximize our grant funding. This is something that that I asked council to take a leap of faith with the application. There was hundreds of applications and 4 got approved, and we were one of them. And I felt that we would not have been successful if we would have expanded the scope due to the parameters of the limitations in the grant. Partly, we wanted to take care of our business district. So beyond that Range Road 70, we were looking at when we were going to pave it, when our limits, we would go past that intersection. So it wouldn't be just at the intersection and turning, because as you know, dropping it off at an intersection is not wise. We'd go a little bit further. After that, if you look at the map, there's very little residents and no businesses. So we were looking at the county impact. And then if we looked at the further, we'd be looking at Red Cliff impact. And yes, their garbage truck would be, and Red Cliff residents would have to drive on the gravel. But in Red Cliff, we'd be hitting on oil. So then they would have pavement, oil, and then hit to our asphalt. So we'd be, in essence, they would be in the same boats that we're talking that we are in, right? Because they have oil connected to this road. This was a road that was annexed, part of the annexation. So majority of the residents there are in Red Cliff boundaries also.
This is where I get most of a lot of the complaints. It's all patched pieces and that. I mean, even if we could get rid of the gravel into oil, or not MG30, it goes to mush. But, you know, to make it a dust-free road and harder. Because I know that other piece that is gravel right now has to be built up, and there is drainage issues then, and it is a big low spot. But I know I'm going to be really questioned lots on this, because I know even talking with some of the businesses there, they actually didn't want to pay because now they're worried the speed's going to go up. They'll drive faster. Why pave it? They're going to drive faster. Well, because we got to do something with it because it's very rough right now. But no, it's.
Well, they really drive fast if you pave it all the way from Red Cliff over. Richard?
I made a mistake when I was speaking because I realize now that Blaine's motion took us to Range Road 70, when in actuality I would like to see it go to 65, even though it is a lot more money, and that's why my comment was, let's get it done. It's been 7 years, we've played around with this project, spent a bunch of money on oiling that didn't work, so my direction or my thoughts would be let's get done to the 65 and not have to come back in a few years.
That's another $2 million. Yep. Huh? I don't
quite get why we have to go all the way to the 65 for the fact of that. We're looking after these businesses over here, and if that's the case, isn't this in the IDP? If Red Cliff wants to, I mean, why can't they be involved and help fix the dang road up?
Good question. Our original, when this came, you guys, when this came forward, the original thing, hey, the original was to take care of those businesses there. That's what the complaint was. You guys got the funding from the government that came in to take care of that chunk of road. To add another $3 million to go a little further down for a road that runs right beside the highway is a little ridiculous if you ask me.
Well, why don't we rip out the service road here in Dunmore then?
Go ahead, it's ATs. Michelle?
If we were to go to Range Road 65, would that make our grant not applicable anymore?
Through the chair. Thank you for your question, Michelle. No, it would not, it wouldn't affect our grant because we're only funded to Range Road to the north portion, to 70. That's not saying that we couldn't apply in future years in partnership with Red Cliff for Range Road 65, or sorry, Range Road 70 all the way into Red Cliff at 65. And then that would be a joint application or even in their name or joint, but that's something our CEO has reached out to Red Cliff, and I will leave it for her.
I sent an email to the town of Red Cliff asking if they were interested in doing a partnership on that last chunk of road. I haven't received a response yet.
Okay, so we have, the first thing we have is Blaine's motion right now. And that's for right by the businesses, what we've been approved for. That's the motion on the floor. Is there any more questions on that motion?
Let's get her done. No, the oil, something has to happen because it is, it's becoming worse and worse. It's in an unsafe condition right now with the ruts. So yes, let's do that piece and
all right,
go for funding later on for the rest. I'll take all the blunts, I'll ask, get all the questions and, bare the shoulders and say we're not a hamlet, I'm sorry. And
Poor Shane.
That's the problem, he didn't wear a helmet. All right, vote. Okay, that's carried. Now, do you want the second portion of this, or do you want to put that off until we can talk to Red Cliff? And
I want to see Shane get phone calls every once in a while.
yeah, so we'll just wait for that to come back.
Yeah, like to have it, yeah.
So do you want to?
I'll have a future recommendation in regards to STIP funding.
For the rest of that road?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. That's a $3 million extension.
Keith, Michelle can't hear you. Yeah, put your mic on.
So that 1 mile extension would take you where in Red Cliff? Just about up to where the residences are, or where you turn and go into the tracks? Oh, 10 house, okay. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions on that? There isn't one. They're going to bring it back at a future time after they discuss with Red Cliff. 10.8, Terlin.
Not in 5 years.
6.
10.8, mobile device policy. The recommended motion is that council move to amend policy HR6, the mobile device policy, and to direct administration to purchase 2 cell phones for the seasonal weed inspectors.
I will move that.
Michelle's moving that. Oof, I forgot she was there. It's loud right away. Okay, any questions on it? Not seeing any? Vote. That's carried. You don't need them. We don't need that information. 10.9, Taralan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administration would like to request council's consideration to have one meeting in August, and we would like to recommend that it would be the 9th. If you are good with that?
Yeah.
In August? Yeah. Or you could cancel, yes, yeah, yes, you could cancel them both.
No, we can't. What's up? So what about MPC then? We're gonna move that? We'll worry about that in MPC.
Because I don't know how many applications will be in August either.
Okay.
I think we should have 3 so I can make sure staff is doing their due diligence on the rest of that road.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to, who made the motion? Michelle. Yeah. Or did she? She made the last one. Oh, everybody wants to go home.
Too.
Everybody wants to go home all of a sudden. Lloyd woke up, Keith woke up. Sheesh. All at once. We'll go with Michelle making this motion. For the 9th of August, that's the only meeting in August. Vote. That's carried. All right. We will take a 5-minute break and then we will go back into in camera. Dustin, you're making it for the scope? Any questions on it? Vote? It's carried. Michelle's making the one for, I didn't write it down, but it's on the library. Everybody knows what it is? Smart ass.
That council direct administration to contact safety codes provider and request an inspection of the urban library.
Seconded by Blaine. Vote. Carried. Top point. The last one is for intervener status.
I'll do that one.
Richard's doing that one. Make application, yeah. Any questions? Vote. Yeah. Carried. We'll ask Terrell after close. After I shut down, we'll ask about that. Okay. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I adjourn the meeting.